Welcome to the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here in Nottingham at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. We will be joined by special guests today, David Rawlinson, the President of the LTA, and Lillian Greenwood, who's the Member of Parliament for Nottingham South. It is doubles finals day here in Nottingham, and we have three brilliant matches for you on centre court. Let me introduce you to our quad doubles finalists. Top seeds Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink, representing the Netherlands, facing the British pair Anthony Cotterill and Andy Lapthorne, who will meet again for the second time this season. Since pairing up for the first time in 2018, Schroeder and Vink have won 6 doubles titles and have only dropped 1 set en route to the final. Ranked 15th and 3rd in the rankings, Cotterill and Lapthorne beat the second seeds, Wagner and Barton, for a place in the final. After the conclusion of the men's doubles finals, and not before noon, it is the women's doubles final featuring the 2 top seeds in the main draw from the Netherlands and Great Britain. And finishing off the doubles day on centre court, it is the battle for the men's double final between the top seeds from Great Britain and the second seeds from France later this afternoon. Now, please give a warm welcome to our British Open quad doubles finalists for the Netherlands and top seeds Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink and Anthony Cotterill and Andy Lapthorne from Great Britain.
Good morning, tennis fans. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. The start of finals weekend then, Saturday, brings all of our wheelchair doubles finals. It's East Midlands, Nottingham Tennis Centre, and it's the quad doubles final up first, featuring the top seed Sam Schroeder and his partner Niels Vink against Great Britain's Anthony Cotterill and Andy Lapthorne. The left-hander in the Dutch pairing, Sam Schroeder from Geleen, 21 years of age, will be contesting the final of the singles as well against his partner today. That'll be tomorrow, of course, the singles, but for now, turning our attention to the doubles. He's got 6 doubles titles, has Sam, left-hander in the partnership. Together, these two have won 7 Super Series titles alongside each other. They've only once met their opposing team, but I'll tell you more in a second as we take a look at the 18-year-old on court, Niels Vink, who's contested the quad singles final here himself against Andy Lapthorne a couple of years ago in 2019. He won his first ever Super Series event on debut here when he was only 16 years of age, and he was obviously back then, he was overcome with emotion. It was a really lovely moment for him. He's won 5 doubles titles and 4 singles titles. He's held the Netherlands, and his current doubles ranking is number 4. So as I say, they'll be going toe-to-toe tomorrow, these two, in the quad singles final. Dutch wheelchair tennis, always very, very strong. They've been sort of leading the way for quite a while. On to the Brits, Anthony Cotterill, 31 years of age. They're aging in there by about 10 years. You'd be disappointed by that. I'm pretty sure he's 31 years of age. I might be wrong. From Holmfirth in Yorkshire. 11 doubles titles he has, the right-hander. Yet to win one this year. But together, himself and Andy Lapthorne, his partner, they'll travel to Tokyo Olympics to represent Great Britain. One of 7 wheelchair players from Great Britain selected for Tokyo, singles and doubles, alongside Andy Lapthorne, his partner today. They lost in the final, these two, of the British Open in 2017 to Barton and Wagner, who they beat in their semi-final to get here. So take a look at Andy Lapthorne from Eastcote in Middlesex, 30 years of age, 3 singles ranking and 4 his doubles ranking. A left-hander in the British pack. A couple of doubles titles this year he's won, but not alongside Anthony Cottrell. Today is they're contesting their 9th Super Series final together, and they have played against the 2 opponents once before. That was in Le Touquet in the final over there in France back in May, just a couple of months ago. And I'm reticent to say this, but they got absolutely tonked 6-1, 6-love in that showing. So let's hope that the Brits can get off to a stronger start against these 2 young next-gen stars from Holland, who really do cause quite a threat, Anna, on a doubles court.
They really do, especially with their singles performances as well. They're going to go into this one with a lot of confidence. So like you said, Andy and Anthony are going to really have to start well, come out all guns blazing.
So they elected to serve, perhaps a mark of their confidence, the Dutch, having won the toss. As I say, they've won 7 Super Series titles together. And they got here downing Richard Green and Andre Silverstone, a British-Italian combination. That was 6-love, 6-love. So yet to drop a game in this contest, these 2. That was a 49-minute affair. They broke serve 6 times from 13 breakpoint opportunities. So there really are a formidable force for these 2. They beat, as we brought you a couple of days ago, Brian Barton and David Wagner, the American second seeds at the foot of the draw. So they got them out of the way. That was 7-6, 3-6, 6-3, 2 hours and 47 on a very hot day. They took 10 breakpoint opportunities of 16 engineered. So confirmation of this one then. Schroeder and Vink from the Netherlands will take on Cottrell and Lapthorne of Great Britain, all in preparation of Tokyo Paralympics upcoming. Here in the company of Anna Smith and Paul Hand. Great to have you along. Welcome. Hopefully we'll have 3 really good doubles finals for you today. It'll be the Dutch to get this one underway. Wow, that is a really cheeky return of serve from Andy Lapthorne there. Killer angle. Took all the pace out of it, loaded it with spin.
There's that lefty forehand, especially on that ad side, really able to just get it, breaking those tram lines. Almost getting Schroeder into the side fence, bringing up 2 break points already.
So one of the break points saved by Sam Schroeder. Sam Schroeder concedes with a double fault. First game they've dropped all championship, the Dutch. Andy Lapthorne with a very intimidating base position to return from. He was looking for that forehand, and I think that was kind of in your face a little bit. Sam Schroeder just yielding there. So a good start for the British duo. Can they consolidate? The Dutch all at sea. Stunning, lovely touch, boy, says Andy Lapthorne. Really good positive bond between these two, and they're fun out there, which is what it's all about. That's why we came to the sport, right?
Absolutely. You saw the other day when they came through that grueling semi-final how much fun they were having on court. They're just picking up where they left off.
I've just got this visual image of this fellow just about to serve Anthony Cottrell with the cold air blower in his face on the change events. He won't be needing that today.
No,
He'll be needing the hot factor blown on him. So the Dutch kind of over-pressing, a little keen to impose their game early in this one, needing to make amends. Strong start from the British pairing here. Can they hold on to the Cottrell serve? Only young, these two, 18 and 21. Not got as much match experience as these two. But then that said, they cuffed the Brits last time, won and love a couple of months ago. Perfection from Andy Lapthorne. What a wonderful little half volley that was to secure a love service hold, and they are all smiles right now, disbelieving their start. It's high fives all around, having a really nice time of it.
They really are. As you can see, Andy Lapthorne's already getting pretty pumped up. They realise that this fast start is exactly what they needed.
There from Sam Schroeder, just to give the Brits something to think about, ripping that one down the middle. Real positive strike.
That's what we saw from him yesterday as well in the singles, wasn't it? That forehand causing so much damage.
Really clever point, that, using all the angles generously and heights, different spins. It's all out here. The players are thoroughly warmed up. They've been practicing courtside prior to the match. It's a wonderful play again from Schroeder, so aware of his opponent's court position, just finding the small hole on the court. So, having yielded on the Schroeder serve, Niels Vink determined, 40 love here, to lock onto the scoreboard. Trickier playing conditions today, quite a blustery breeze around, the flags are fluttering locally, and it's just a little bit more challenging with ball toss, things like that, ball wriggling around. You can't set your chair too early, got to keep rolling. Oh, that's a beautiful ace to secure the game to 15 by Niels Vink, the Dutch on the board. But it's the British pairing with an early 2-1 lead out here. It'll be Andy Lapthorne to serve last in the rotation, up next after the change of ends. Keen start by these two, Anna.
It really has. They've come out here very aggressive, and they look like they're enjoying themselves as well. They're playing with a smile on their face, which is nice to see. They're very relaxed, and you've been able to tell with this quick start that they've had.
An only second meeting between these two pairings unusually as well. I think because normally Lapthorne plays with Wagner, Alcott, but in preparation of the Olympics, really enjoying the time with his compatriot and dear friend Anthony Cottrell alongside. They get on so well. Dida de Groot over the back there, just having had her warm-up by the looks of things with her coach Amanda Hopkins. She'll be up second with Van Hout, taking on Lucy Schucker and Jordan Wiley, of course, in the women's doubles final. Now, can these two build on their heady start? They went zipped out to a 2-love lead, then being momentarily pegged back. Here's Andy Lapthorne at 2-1. Just enough pop on the serve to keep Niels Vink at bay. Both teams with a lefty-righty combination. Clever play from Sam Schroeder off that high forehand, well above head height on striking that. But he's just, as we've seen already in his singles matches, so versatile off of that wing.
So important, isn't it, when you're playing doubles, so you've got to hold that net position. If you move a little bit too early like Cottrell did, you give that player the chance to hit it down the line, which Schroeder did.
Wow, beautiful power angle there from Anthony Cottrell. Couldn't get out of the way, hit the back of the chair.
Need a bit of luck sometimes, don't you?
A hand of apology from Andy Lapthorne. That was bellowing out, wasn't it, with the wind behind it. Still, it's given these two a game point. Going for the same tactic there, Andy. If you can't find the court, find the chair.
It was. I'm sure that was the tactic they talked about before.
So the Brits out of assassination mode now, keeping the ball in the court. But it's a break back point for Schroeder and Bingham. Difficult one here for Lapthorne because his favoured serve is to go out wide, but of course it's going to the strength of his opponent. Oh, he's caught the back of the line there. Beautiful strike off the backhand from Andy Lapthorne. Really well played. Both teams here. What a rat-a-tat that was at the net.
He thought maybe Cottrell had been too nice as well to him. He thought he could have maybe gone for blood. But then Andy Lapthorne came out with an amazing backhand that just clipped the back edge of the line.
He's just got this knack, hasn't he, of suddenly igniting when he needs it most. Definitely the more sort of flamboyant of the two Brits. There's no doubting that with his sort of orange racket. He's swashbuckling at times. It's great to watch. Never a dull moment when Andy's on court. Anthony, the rock of the team. Ooh, just long. Pegged back again to deuce in this tough, tight Lapthorne service game.
That's where the wind comes into play as well, isn't it? And when you hit those slightly higher, loopier balls, especially close to the line, you've got to give yourself big margins. That wind is just going to push it deep.
Just ran out of court there. Schroeder spilling it long over the baseline by millimetres. Good positive strike, but now Lapthorne with another game point opportunity here. Can he find the serve he's looking for? Oh, 10 out of 10 for that one. The lefty swinging serve out wide from Andy Lapthorne, and a roar of approval. Great body language, confident ball striking from the Brits. They ascend to 3-1 on the scoreboard. Really good hold of serve there. The Dutch denied any momentum in this early stages of set one. Super volley from Cottrell. making that calculated call to himself in his mind about, you know, whether he goes because he can do something proactive with it, or whether he just lets it bounce for Andy to have a thrash at. It was a tricky decision, that one, but that was brilliant. Sam Schroeder, that split hand, split foot syndrome, had over 36 surgeries before his 16th birthday. Tennis was the best medicine, said his coach earlier to us courtside before the match. Give him purpose, something to work towards, and overcoming all of his issues. Oh, so easy to overdo it. Good creativity nonetheless from Cottrell.
It's a great setup from Andy Lapthorne, again using that lob. Cottrell maybe just tried to be a little bit too cute with that half volley. Didn't need to be quite as good.
Good angle off the forehand from Lapthorne that got the Dutch team into a little bit of bother there.
He's using that forehand well, isn't he, to open up the court, create that space.
He knows he can't overplay it either to this fellow. Superb work from the British team, and they've now engineered a breakpoint opportunity again on the Schroeder serve. Sam's been struggling a little so far today, yet to hold on to his delivery. Magical touch from Lapthorne there with the drop shot. I think the wind carried that one. It seems to be blowing from right to left on our main camera position as we look down the court. These two chuckling away. So it's a second breakpoint opportunity then on the Schroeder serve. Again, if they can halt his confidence with another break of serve here, that would do the British team the world of good. The Dutch really wrestling for an inkling of momentum off the Schroeder serve. So another juice. Good length from Schroeder there, teasing out the error from Andy Lapthorne. That was well struck. So, having fended off a couple of break points, he's now got a game point of his own, as Sam Schroeder. intervention from Niels Fink, but just running out of court there on that angle.
Again, it just looks like the wind's just taking it, doesn't it? There's been a couple of times where they haven't quite factored in the wind and it's just pushed it wide of that outside tram line.
So a terrific break of serve, hold of serve, beg your pardon. Pay attention, Paul. Doing really well then, reinstating some of that much needed confidence, Sam Schroeder. In this doubles anyway, having succumbed in his opening service game, he bit back very positively there. That's a decent hold for Schroeder, and the Brits denied what would have been a 4-1 lead. But it's still, already they've got more games than they had last time. They met a couple of months ago in Le Touquet, and they lost 6-love, 6-1 to these two. It's been a really tight opening passage of this first set. But it certainly is a much cooler day locally here at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. The breeze is blowing and it feels relatively autumnal. Seem to have had, you know, at least a couple of seasons since we've been here in this 4-day wheelchair tennis bonanza. We've got singles finals for you tomorrow. Today is the day that we focus on wheelchair doubles finals, all of them. Women's doubles up next, followed by the men's doubles final. So plenty of top tennis for you. Thrash down the line from Niels Fink, really getting hold of that one. As I said at the top of the programme, he's the singles champion here, defending champion in the singles, the title that he won in 2019 on his debut at 16 years of age. What a ball strike that was. It's been a blur of energy in yellow, this youngster. It's often a good play, isn't it, Anna, to go for the net player?
Yeah, it is. A lot of the time they're trying to use that lob to avoid the net player as well, but then when they get the chance, trying to go big at the net player, put them under pressure.
That's a terrific shot from Schroeder there, just jamming up Cottrell right into his wheel. Nothing he could do about that.
You can see him trying to come forward as well. Cottrell seems to be the one that's really looking to get forward and get to the net. The other three players seem to be pretty comfortable staying at the baseline. Just didn't quite time the move right there.
So a break of the Cottrell serve, and suddenly, in the blink of an eye, we have parity through the belly of this opening set. The Dutch having won 2 successive games on a roll, these two now, with the Vink serve to come. So for Niels, at the age of 1, he came down with a bacterial infection, passed away. He lost both of his legs, fingertips, and various patches of skin as a result. So quite something to be out here doing this. And another terrific service hold by young Niels Vink, who again very dictatorial off his own delivery. He's held both times emphatically his serve, and suddenly now it's 3 successive games for the Dutch. They roll out to a 4-3 lead. It's
been a real momentum shift, hasn't there? You got the sense of that 3-1 game for the British pair was important. When they missed those chances, the Dutch pair just grew in confidence, and they're really starting to boss this match now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of sort of what was the sort of hinge or the pivot in the match, but I don't think that it's that the Brits have kind of underperformed, but you sense maybe lost their way a little bit. But Vink and Schroeder have just knitted together, keeping more balls in, asking more difficult questions on a regular basis, I think.
They've just started to find their range a little bit as well. Initially, you got the sense that they were trying to be aggressive, but they just hadn't quite found those big margins. But now all of a sudden, they're really starting to find their range, and you do get the sense that Andy Lapthorne isn't quite as prominent a figure as he was in those opening 4 games. Got to find a way to get him a little bit more into the match. Use that forehand.
That was a wonderful little sort of side slider from Anthony Cottrell there, just carving across the inside of the tennis ball, making it peel off from right to left on our screen.
Used the wind as well, didn't it? It really looked like it caught it. Helped make it drift into those side hoardings.
Super play from Niels. Piercing backhand. Viciously struck.
Maybe telegraphed that drop shot a little bit too much, didn't he? Niels Vink was already up to it.
Talk about put the ball in an awkward position. Even Andy Lapthorne was just jammed up there. So the Dutch causing more problems out here, this time on the Lapthorne serve. A couple of breakpoint opportunities for Netherlands players. Oh yes, wasn't the cleanest of strikes, but he got it away in the end. Really good smash, good intervention from Niels Vink. And that's a fourth successive game now for these two, who are really motoring along in some style. The differences are so subtle, aren't they, in this great game? But they have raised their bar quite considerably, and the Brits just lost their effect, their energy. Somehow it's all gone quiet in the British camp. Communications just a little silent. These two full of it. And all that they're doing now is turning to gold. They're finding lines on a regular basis.
They really are. Just before that point, just by our commentary box, you could see Andy and Anthony having an in-depth discussion about tactics and seeing what they can change. They've got to find a way to break this Dutch pair's momentum, because they are running away with this first set.
The sun's just popped its head through the clouds. Always welcome. Perhaps it was that put the server off a little. Well, you can see the idea from Anthony Cottrell there, just trying to get it over the top of the very proactive Niels Vink.
It's great pressure though from Niels Vink, wasn't it? He didn't want to give him the easy shot, so he made sure he was moving, forced him to go for that trickier lob, especially in these conditions, and forced the error.
Well, I think the threat of that yellow-shirted Dutchman at the net, zooming around all over the place, is just teasing out quite a bit of error from the Brits right now. And it's Sam Schroeder, who suddenly, from nowhere, has a couple of set points on his own serve. Oh yes, finishing the set with a standout backhand winner down the line, Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink of Holland, as the top seeds take the opening set in this quad doubles. 6 games to 3.
It's interesting, that first set, wasn't it? It was really a tale of two halves. Cottrell and Lapthorne were really ahead in that first set, and then it all really changed when they weren't able to convert that break point in that 5th game. And then all of a sudden, Vink and Schroeder managed to just get that momentum, and as you can see, they're a little bit more dominant on those first serves compared to the British pair, and then just that final break as well. It's going to be crucial how Cottrell and Lapthorne start this second set as well. You really feel that the Dutch pair have got that momentum, and it's up to the British pair to really try and turn that around. The energy seemed to have dropped off a little bit. The tactics aren't quite working as well as they were at the start of the match.
And you sense with that, Anna, that Niels Vink has suddenly just become electric. His energy, particularly around the net, is quite tangible. It's kind of in your face. He's really hunting the ball proactively, and look at the energy between them right now as well. They're looking vibrant, upbeat, keen to hunt the ball and get on with set 2. They'll be pleased at their recovery there.
Yeah, and I think the British pair have got to find a way to get Andy Lapthorne more into this match a little bit. You feel as if the Dutch pair have really started to focus on hitting the ball more to Cottrell. They know that Lapthorne is the dangerous one and Cottrell's a steadier one. So they've been really, really clever.
Oh, spreading the court with great efficiency there. It's Vink.
It's a fantastic return, wasn't it, as well? Got so much depth on it, made it awkward for Cottrell, and then just using that slice.
In for the kill. He is electric, isn't he? He's everywhere at once, this youngster in the yellow shirt. Sam Schroeder set the point up, and then he just popped this ball away. They seem to be chasing the point a lot, the British pairing right now, don't they? You know, it's very dictatorial, bossy tennis from the Dutch. Hard for these guys to get some momentum, seemingly. Two immediate break points for the Dutch. protesting about something. So Cottrell yielding the service game. And he looks disgruntled. But the Dutch holding their energy, their intensity, and the run of games keeps on going.
Can he try and channel that frustration into something positive though? Try and get that adrenaline going.
Oh, really nice slice there from Anthony Cottrell. Kept the ball down so low.
Really knifed under it, didn't he? Great racket head speed. Like you said, just kept it so low and shorter in the court. Schroeder couldn't do anything.
Searing winner down the line from Andy Lapthorne. That was going at some pace. Great touch from Cottrell.
Smart tactic as well. I think they're starting to realise that they can't hit through them, so they're going to have to try and open up the court a little bit more, be a little bit craftier.
Yeah, they're imbued with a lot of pace, these two, aren't they? They're tough just to try and bang through. Break point, though, for the British team. Wind just hoiking that ball away from the strike zone of Sam Schroeder. Well, the Schroeder serve gets broken again. And early stages of set 2, there's deadlock again, as there was in the opening set. If you are just joining us, welcome along. Andy Lapthorne and Anthony Cottrell had a couple of breakpoint opportunities for a 4-1 lead in the opening set, didn't take it, and then suddenly they've dropped it. Just missing the angle volley there, Niels Fink. Good play from Lapthorne, just enough pace on that forehand on coming to the volley that it buckled him. British game has gone up with the chiming of the church bells locally. Oh, cheeky. Brilliant volley from Anthony Cottrell there. He was tangled, but he managed to make it a terrific little angle drop volley. And the Brits wheel out to a 2-1 lead early stages of this second set, as they did in the first. Question on everybody's lips, I guess, is can they keep it rolling?
That is a good question. They seem to have found a second wind out here, just seeming to be a little bit more aggressive again. Can they take that momentum, though, into this next service game of Schroeder and Vink?
Jordan Wiley just pacing around, having done or just about to do her warm-up. There's her son Jackson in the background there, little blonde fella behind Anthony Cottrell and partner Mark McCarroll. He'll have tennis in his blood, that boy, won't he? That's for sure.
I'm sure he's picked up a racket or two in his time so far.
So Niels Fink then a set to the good, the Dutch, but trailing 1-2 second set here. Yes, Tony boy. I do love it when Andy Lapthorne gets pretty vocal. It's so entertaining.
He really is. So encouraging as well to his partner, who really brings the energy. Anthony's the more cool, calm and collected one. And like we said earlier, Andy brings that fire, that passion. You know exactly what he's thinking out there.
Yeah, he's heart on the sleeve, isn't he?
He really is. That's what makes him so entertaining to watch, though.
No, he liked that one. Wonderful control. Wasn't easy, had to get his chair out of the way there to liberate the racket head, but found the winner. And the smiles are back, which is great to see. Because that's why we come to sport, right? To enjoy it, and these guys really are. It's been a fun match. Good energy in the British camp. Lots of roars from Lapthorne, and suddenly, from nowhere, off of the Vink serve that has been unchallenged thus far, a love 40 situation for the Brits. I'm not happy with that line call. So let's think. 15:40, still 2 more break points for the Brits. Oh, best rally of the match, that one. Super play from both teams. Look at the touch here from Lapthorne.
Incredible get though as well by Schroeder. Pushing so hard and then just able to control that forehand.
Niels Vink yields on his serve, and again a mirror image of the opening set score in set 2. 3-1 Cottrell and Lapthorne in the driving seat now. They had opportunity to extend that to 4-1 in the last set. What have they learnt, and can Anthony Cottrell hold on here? They've really got the energy right now. Yeah, it's a fearsome forehand, that, from the youngest player on the court.
getting deja vu from that first set as well.
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
It was that fifth game that was pivotal. They managed to break, but they couldn't quite get to that 4-1 lead.
Oh, that's a terrific return of serve. Hard to keep that energy intensity up. Heard the ball being slammed against the back fence in frustration from the British duo. They're fighting tooth and nail. The Dutch with that ever menacing presence. Three immediate break-back points for the youngsters. Well, the baseline barrage from the Dutch, again causing havoc with the British serves, and they break to love the serve of Anthony Cottrell and just peg back in this early stages of set two. Trailing 2-3 now, but a set to the good. Somebody showing off their keepy-uppy skills next door. Jackson's got a racket in his hand. It's all happening courtside. Mark McCarroll's having a hit with him.
Maybe Jackson's the new hitting partner.
Yes. Lucy's partner as well, courtside. They're all getting prepared. Jackson's giving Mummy a coaching lesson. So can they rouse themselves again, these two? Energy momentarily with the Dutch. Serving 2-3 second set. Well, because of the solidity of the forehands from the young Dutchmen, it's almost like the Brits are now sort of over-pressing, trying to hit even deeper, even higher, and the errors are starting to come every now and then as a consequence of that. These two at the bottom of your picture, just so solid at the moment, and the forehands, well, firing on all cylinders. Great get from Cottrell there. Oh, that's brilliant from Niels Fink. Loaded that backhand with topspin. Got it up and down so quickly.
He really did. It was almost just went through the middle of the two of them. You can see here, Cottrell tried to reach in and just evaded Andy's racket. Perfect placement with that backhand.
Using the situation to his advantage. Finally a line call going my way, he yells out. You gotta love him.
He definitely brings entertainment to the court, doesn't he?
He's the John McEnroe of quad tennis, I've determined. top's been lobbed just too long. Nice strike though. Good serving from Sam Schroeder. He holds on, and what was 3-1 becomes 3-all. Dutch resurgent, just as they were in that opening set.
They almost realise that the British pair are getting on top, and all of a sudden they just refocus and they turn into a brick wall. They just don't miss, don't give away any free points. Another one of those loopier forehands that just misses fractionally behind the baseline. Those ones were going in a couple of games ago, but they're just missing.
That's the way. Yeah, I'm not
There's that 1-2 punch again. Andy Lapthorne using that high aggressive forehand to push Schroeder and Vink back in the court. And then Cotterill doing what he does best, moving forward at the net and using that short drop shot. Schroeder was nowhere near it. Another break point here for the all-Dutch pairing, and if they do manage to get the title here, it will be their first British Open title together and their third Super Series title overall.
Well, they're at it again, aren't they? Really on a roll and sustaining momentum. They go on these long runs of games, and again, akin to what we saw in that opening set, the Dutch are just rolling away with some really confident surges.
My coach always used to say to me, it's not how you start the set, it's how you finish. And this Dutch pairing out here just seem to be the pair that are able to finish the set stronger.
Yeah, and now they're armed with new balls to serve with as well. That'll just give them an added impetus. Good energy on the court in the background as well. We've got coach on court, Mark McCarroll alongside as well, hitting with the Lucien Jordan. They're all ready for the next match up here on centre, just trying to get the juices flowing, the blood flowing, and the energy up. Just what these two need to do right now as well. They also can go on surges, but just not quite as long and good at holding momentum as the Dutch so far. They need to get stuck in right here. They've managed to break the Vink serve once before. That's a beauty. There's no getting that. Loaded with spin. He's got such a fast arm. Serve and forehand really underpinning the high quality tennis coming from both of these Dutch athletes. So Niels Fink won here in 2019, not only in the singles but in the doubles as well, with Lucas Sitole of South Africa. So he is in effect playing to defend his title, but with a different partner this year, playing with his countryman alongside Sam Schroeder. Prior to that, 3 previous titles taken from 15 to, or 2016, 17 and 18 by Barton and Wagner, the Americans, the second seeds who were ousted in this event by these two here at the bottom of your picture, by the Brits in the semi-finals. But you do get the sense, Anna, don't you, that these two young Dutch at 18 and 21 years of age look good to sort of stranglehold the event, you know, particularly unless we see the return of Dylan Alcott.
Particularly in the short term as well. They're going to be a formidable pairing at the Paralympics in Tokyo in a couple of weeks. You wouldn't want to bet against them taking home a gold medal, would you, on this performance?
Yeah, good energy, good communication, good clarity between them. They certainly look up, chins are up. Vibrancy between the young Dutch, and they're just a game away from their first ever British Open title together. Yeah, that's been a very bossy shot all day. Oh yes, super play there from Sam Schroeder with a keen backhand piercing right down through the middle of the court. Suddenly now, the Dutch, who have been strong throughout, just 2 points away from the title. Winners abound from the two youngsters from the Netherlands. And after an hour and 13, they have a couple of championship points. not to be denied. It's a first quad doubles wheelchair title for the two young Dutchmen. Niels Vink, 18 years old on the right of your picture, and Sam Schroeder, the 21-year-old, all in white with his cap on, coming through and taking the title. Close, entertaining match, coming through 6-3, 6-3 in an hour and 14 minutes. And for Niels Vink, it's a double Dutch, having won here last time in 2019, the quad doubles with Lucas Sitole of South Africa, but today winning with Sam Schroeder. They'll be delighted with that.
They really will be. They did so well coming back from 3-1 deficits in both sets. They didn't panic. They showed that resilience and they showed that youthful fearlessness, didn't they, to come through. Very, very impressive performance.
Yeah, so shame from British fans' perspective, I guess. Andy Lapthorne and Anthony Cottrell will feel just a little bit deflated because they did have 3-1 lead in both sets, but were denied by some just really vicious surges of power from the Dutch youngsters. You know, they had so much racket head speed between them, didn't they, off the forehand and backhands, and in the end it was sort of like written on the wall that they were to come through. They were just hitting the ball with such authority. So we're preparing for what will be a brief ceremony presentation at the end of each of our doubles matches, so that we can present our winners and losing finalists with various bits and bobs and generous checks. That's how it all stands out here. Microphones are being put onto court, ready for the post-match interview. Wanted to hear from the winners, as we always do. So the first of three finals then has just concluded. Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink of the Netherlands as the top seed in the quad doubles wheelchair event, coming through at the expense of just 6 games. 6-3, 6-3, an hour and 14 minutes it took them. They'll be pleased with their efforts. Next up on this court, not before midday, will be Diede de Groot and Aniek van Koot taking on Lucy Schucker and Jordan Wiley.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, it is now time for the winners' presentation ceremony at the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here in Nottingham. Please welcome your quad doubles finalist runner-up representing Great Britain, Anthony Cotterill and Andy Lapthorne. The winners of their first British Open doubles title together, please welcome your champions from the Netherlands, Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink.
Quad doubles champions then of the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink. And the runners-up, Cotterill and Lapthorne of Great Britain. Well, Niels Vink building on that 2019 quad singles win and doubles win with Lucas Sitoli, back for more, winning in 2021 as well. So defending his doubles title. Will he defend his singles title tomorrow against his partner today?
Come this way, gentlemen, come this way. That looks really, really delicate, I've got to say. You're much braver than me. Honestly, I'd have a nightmare with that. I'm loving the teamwork. Game, set and match, and you're still working together. It's very good. Sam, Neil, congratulations. Huge congratulations on winning your first doubles pairing title here at the British Open Championships. Let's start with Neil. Let's get your thoughts. How are you feeling? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. 2 years ago, I won together with Lucas, but now I won with Sam, so I'm really happy.
Nice one, thank you. Sam, for you, I've got to ask you, down a break in the first, down a break in the second, how did you stay mentally tough?
Well, I think we both knew that you know, after losing those couple of games, we just had to, you know, like get back in the game and cut down on our unforced errors, which thankfully we were able to do. And yeah, we were both sets down from 3-1 and taking it 6-3. So yeah, really happy with the win again today.
Next stop is Tokyo 2020 for the Paralympics. I've got to say, you guys must be the favourites, aren't you, for the gold medal?
Well, I think last time, of course, the Australians won, but yeah, we hope to meet them in the final, and yeah, if we are there, then I think we want to go for a gold medal, of course.
Congratulations, gents, well done. Your champions of the quad doubles final, Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink from the Netherlands.
Sorry, that one was going deep. Ah, yeah. Ah.
Viewers, just to keep you informed that we've got women's doubles, the final up next between Diede de Groot and Nick van Coot, and they'll take on Lucy Schucker and Jordan Wiley of Great Britain. That'll be not before midday, so chance for you just to perhaps put the kettle on, have a cup of tea, coffee, and do join us at midday for that one.
That's the one you got to follow. Okay. Right. If I come back and we're 7 balls in, take one and just follow it. There's nothing wrong with that. I got to take the fork in there in the middle. Yeah, I don't think that's the one to come forward on. Or come back. Like I'm about here, maybe. Okay. I'm not going to be too offensive because by the time you get that, right, we're two. I just saw like 4 balls. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to let you know before you hit a ball. I think it's good, but the one to put back on is going to look good. And then I can go forward, and I can be short forward. You're coming forward, and I'm coming forward. your schedule now be? You stay here the whole afternoon or?
After this will be done.
Okay.
Yeah. But what is your schedule?
Yeah, it depends what you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going now for lunch.
Perfect. All right, Mike.
We're back.
That was out. 15 all?
Because I can find out.
Oh, sweet.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. It is time now for the second final on centre court. It is the women's doubles, and this will be a battle between the top seeds representing the Netherlands, Diede de Groot and Aniek van Cut, the first seeds, and the British pair, Lucy Schuker and Jordan Wiley, the second seeds. The last time these players faced each other was back in 2019 at the Wheelchair Singles Masters in the US, and both pairings have reached today's final without dropping a set at the championships. De Groot and Van Coote last won this title in 2019, while Schuker and Wiley are bidding for their first British Open Women's Championship doubles title as a pair. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to your finalists, Diede de Groot, Aniek van Coote, Lucy Schuker and Jordan Wiley for the women's doubles final at the Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham.
Yes, so welcome back, viewers, to the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Champs in Nottingham, and our defending champions, Diede de Groot and Aniek van Coote, as the top seeds take on the second seeds of Lucy Schuker and Jordan Wiley of Great Britain. Dutch Anglo clash this one, and I can tell you that the Dutch have a 2-love stranglehold over the head-to-head matches in the past between these two teams. But the two Dutch in your picture were on court first, and they're out ready to rock and roll. And well, they've won 14 tournament titles together since 2015, when they first started playing together on tour, De Groot and Van Coote, of which 8 of those 14 titles are Grand Slams. So they've been there, done it, got the T-shirt, that's for sure. And here come Jordan and Lucy. Heads called by the Dutch. I think Aniek van Coote won the toss and elected to receive, but time will tell. Not quite sure. Our lip reading's not that good, but Diede de Groot keenly trying to energize herself, then getting warmed up out here. The 24-year-old from Oudewater in the Netherlands, ranked 1 in singles and doubles, the right-hander, with 5 doubles titles to her name. They won the British Open, these two, in 2019, hence their defending champions label. And Diede in 2018 won the tournament with Yui Kamiji alongside as well. The Japanese not here this year. She's preparing for Tokyo, as are these athletes as well, but Yui Kamiji electing to do that at home. And partner of Diede is familiar face Aniek van Coote, who was downed yesterday by Jordan Wiley in the singles from Dinxperlo in Holland. 30 years of age these days, ranked 3 in singles, 2 in doubles, the left-hander. The only left-hander on court. And as I say, between them, they've won 14 titles over the years, these two, of which 8 are Grand Slam titles. Their route here, well, they had a win over Deroulede and Fairbank of France in the semi-final. 6-love, just 47 minutes required. Took 6 of 8 break points engineered and didn't concede on their own serve at all. As we say hello to Lucy Schuker, And every time I drive down the M3, I pass where Lucy lives, just behind the services there at Fleet. 41 years of age, lovely, warm person, so easy to talk to. Her partner, Amy, is courtside watching on and helping out, as she always has, always does. Ranked 13th in the world in singles, 5 in doubles. Well, the Brits have won 19 titles together since first teaming up back in 2007. A rich and decorated history between the two of them whenever they step to the court. Second seeds in this event. Yet to win the British Open together, as Anne-Marie mentioned at the top of this one. And Jordan Wiley, 29 years of age, ranked 4th in singles, 3 in doubles, and of course Wimbledon champion for the 5th time with her dear friend Yui Kamiji, defeating Lucy and Keiji Monjane en route in that final. So the two Brits are twice Paralympic bronze medalists in 2012 and 2016, and also Wimbledon finalists as well in 2012. That was a really good year for Lucy and Jordan. But today's task will be a tough one. As I say, the Dutch yet to concede a solitary game here. They had a bye in their opening round. For Lucy Shuker and Jordan Wiley, well, they beat Saki Takamuro and Manami Tanaka of Japan 6-3, 6-2 in their semi-final. That was on Friday, needing an hour and a half, and took 6 breaks of serve and lost their own serve twice, did Lucy and Jordan. So again, strong showing from the two Brits, coming through at the expense of just 5 games, but the Dutch, the top seeds, yet to concede a single game out here. Still pretty blustery conditions locally, quite a lot of breeze, a few dark clouds coming overhead. We have been graced with a little bit of sun earlier on today at this East Midlands venue in the Nottingham Tennis Centre, and all these guys just cramming in a few last-minute serves. A really tough ask for Lucy and Jordan today. Anna?
It really is. They're going to be right up against it, against De Groot and Van Koot. They're going to have to try and come out quickly out of the blocks and try and get that good start, but they're really going to have to take the game to the Dutch pairing, otherwise they might get a little bit overwhelmed out here.
I think she's hit somebody with that serve. That's what that smile is all about. She feels rather apologetic, does Lucy. Who was an able-bodied tennis and badminton player until the age of 21 when she had a motorbike accident. But yet to win the British Open together, the two Brits. For these two, they're in familiar territory. As defending champions, they won back in 2019 when the event last unfolded. But of course, more importantly, these guys honing their games for Tokyo Paralympics upcoming. So just confirmation of this one then. De Groot and Van Koot take on Shuker and Wiley in the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships women's doubles. They've been preparing on the adjacent court 5, just behind our commentary position, our little red gazebo there. You can see Gordon Reid on the top left of your picture there, just hitting a few balls with Alfie Hewitt and various coaches. They've been playing some serious ball. They'll be up next, taking on Hude and Peifa. But we're turning our attention to the women's doubles final here right now. And the wind has picked up. So it seems the Dutch did win the toss and elect to receive. They've thrown Lucy Shuker into serve first. Just overcooking it there, Jordan Wiley. Such a good, positive forehand strike. So, under siege already then, Lucy Schucker here. In this very tough ask to break points for the Dutch. Top seeds rolling off to a very fine start here, looking very purposeful in their chairs, sitting very tall. Work to do for the two Brits. First sighting of Dida de Groot on the centre court this year. The 24-year-old began her wheelchair tennis career at the age of 7. Started playing on the wheelchair tennis tour in 2009 as a junior player, won 11 Grand Slam tournaments, including 3 Wimbledon, beg your pardon, 3 wheelchair women's singles slam titles. But it was 2019 that Dida de Groot completed her career Grand Slam when she won the singles title at the 2019 French Open. That means all 4 Grand Slams notched under her belt. Also made her the first wheelchair tennis player to complete the non-calendar year Grand Slam as well that year when she took the Roland Garros title in 2019. But together, the two of these guys captured the career Grand Slam in women's doubles as well after the Australian Open 2019. So the Dutch very, very experienced and definitely the team to beat. Good length from the British team there.
They're going to have to try and push the Dutch pairing back as soon as they let either Dida or Aniek get on top of the rally. They're really struggling, but great depth from Lucy Schucker there.
an immediate break back point then on the serve of Diede de Groot. Encouraging for all British fans watching. Terrific return from Jordan Wiley, and Wiley and Shucker back into this then. Really good return game from them. Tougher day to hold serve today, Anna, with the breeze around. It's quite blustery, a complete contrast to the couple of days prior.
I think the conditions might suit the British pair, though. Jordan said yesterday in her on-court interview that she liked the breeze. She liked being able to use that court craft that she has, that slice backhand. Same thing with Lucy Shuker as well. They're both very crafty players who can use the wind to their advantage.
World #1 at the top of your picture, all in white with the white visor as well. She'll be looking to avenge what happened on that previous service game, conceding their first game of the tournament, the Dutch. Back-to-back double faults, very uncharacteristic of Jordan, just an indication of how tough the breeze is. It's constantly changing. Blustery kind of day, squally winds. Yeah, Lucy just getting a little tucked up. Diede's shot was really well directed into an awkward part of the court. So it looks like we're heading for a third consecutive break of serve. Another big burly forehand return from Diede de Groot to ensure break the British serve for the second time. Roll around for a 2-1 lead, the Dutch. These two teams have met twice before, as we mentioned at the top of the programme. The first time was at the, well, both times were at the NEC Wheelchair Singles and Doubles Masters. First time in 2019. Lucy and Jordan went down quite hard in that one, 6-1, 6-1 at the round robin stage. But then they also played later in the tournament in the final. And it was a much closer affair. They lost 2-2 in the final. So they're just really strong, aren't they, the Dutch? You know, physically, I think that their disabilities aren't quite as impeding as certainly Lucy. They're very, very hard hitters, powerful players, these two, top seeds. But it was Lucy Schucker with KG Monjane that beat these two at Wimbledon in the semi-finals. The first time she's ever beaten Dieter de Groot in singles or doubles, Lucy Schucker. So that was a really poignant moment for the British-South African combo. Oh, what a response from Dieter de Groot there. Had the volley hammered at her by Jordan Wiley, but it made no difference. She stood firm. Look at the quality of contact here.
It was a shame that Jordan couldn't quite get enough width on it. She hit it right back into the slot. You do get the feeling that the British pair out there are going to maybe have to take some risks, be a little bit more aggressive out there. They can't let the Dutch pairing dominate these rallies. They're both so strong from the back of the court.
So the Dutch hold on and extend their lead to 3-1. Starting to really come to terms with the conditions out here on centre. Finals weekend, of course, all the doubles today for you from the wheelchair event and all the singles tomorrow. So plenty more in store. And after this one, we've got the men's doubles as well. Well, adds to the occasion having ball boys and ball girls, doesn't it? It's a nice feel. These guys have been picking up their own all week. Jordan frustrated, had a look at a high forehand there. She normally favours that. She's been hitting them so well all week in singles.
Better serve there, wasn't it? Got it a little bit deeper in the box. Made it tricky for Aniek van Koot to get it and just pushed it long.
The blur of activity, isn't she, Dieter de Groot? So power laden and so strong around the court in her chair. Look at this. First up to this. Good accuracy. Brilliant from the Brits, super patient. Lucy going cross court regularly, offering Jordan then something to really go at. And she spiked that off forehand, forcing Dida de Groot into error. That was a terrific point. So game point on the Lucy Schucker serve here. You sense height is the friend of Lucy when she's playing. Likes to get the ball up and loads it with spin. Hard, you know, a little bit harder for her to hit with as much pace as, say, a Dida de Groot. So you've got to, you know, go with your strengths. And they're like the sort of architect and the assassin, aren't they, the two Brits between them? It's really, really clever the way that they engineer their points. Lucy just making balls into awkward parts of the court, using the height with spin, and then Jordan coming in with the slugfest, the barrage behind. Great to watch. Wow, what defense, eventually breached by the powerful Dida de Groot there, hammering away, eventually knocks the door down.
Relentless hitting from the Dutch pair, isn't it?
So another break point then. Very hard worked game this from both teams. Lucy Schucker working extremely hard to hold on to her delivery. But the Dutch imposing. Good, clear communication between the Dutch, barking out commands, yours, mine, all the time. They wheel out to a 4-1 lead in this opening set, just 19 minutes played. They're taking that dictatorial role very seriously again. Dida losing a layer, starting to warm up. The sun's out. We've been blessed so far with the forecast here in Nottingham. There was rain due initially about 4 days ago on Saturday and tomorrow as well, but mercifully it's sort of blown over, and it seems, we looked at the 10 o'clock news on telly last night on the BBC, to have gone all the way to India and China. They've been absolutely awash with really, really torrid storms. Global warming, very topical.
The British pair deep in conversation here, aren't they? Trying to figure out what they can do to change it up out here. As you said, the Dutch pair are really just being bossy and dictating the play out here. What can the British pair do to change it up?
Yeah, and they've got their fans courtside as well. Well, I say fans, but teammates. Tom Egbrink was just having a glimpse of how they were getting on, offering a hand of support. Esther Vergeer, the esteemed Dutch player from yesteryear, is exactly the same birth town as Diede de Groot. And Diede uses Esther a lot as a mentor role, coached predominantly by Amanda Hopkins. But also she's got Esther Vergeer on tap as well. What a terrific mentor she would be with all of her experience and titles. Throws a chair around, does Diede. She's a real powerful athlete. Well, she's had a serve broken already, Diede. Under siege again here.
Jordan looking to take over there, but just not quite finding that range on that forehand like she has been the last couple of days. They've still got another break point. That was just so fierce from Diede there, ripped to the wheel of Lucy Schucker so firmly. They're just relentless out here, aren't they? Any sniff that the British pairing have had, they've just got rid of it with some fantastic aggressive striking on the forehand and the backhand side. Well, that was a really good game from 15-40 down. Beg your apologies, Hopmans is Diede de Groot's coach.
Just stand corrected on that one. The physicality of the Dutch is really imposing, isn't it? Always has been. You know, it's just a really tough ask for any team to crack that solid, sort of muscular vault. They bring that really imposing dimension to their tennis at all times, and there a sort of lucky shanked angle from Dida. It's all going their way at the moment.
There doesn't seem to be any weakness, does there? Their movement's fantastic. Their ground strokes are just so powerful. How do you do them harm?
And for Jordan, obviously a familiar face that she'll come up against in tomorrow's women's singles wheelchair final as well. So she'll be trying to penetrate, make her game felt. But generally, that point aside, their sort of base level is so high, isn't it? You know, compared to most teams, it's really, really, you sense that these guys particularly will be needing to play sort of 9, 10 out of 10 tennis to really crack through.
They're just not giving away any free points, are they? They're making the British pair work so hard for it. And that pressure just accumulates, doesn't it? And you're just forcing the error. And again, another one from Jordan on that forehand.
A little chink in the wall of solidity there. A little bit of respite momentarily for Jordan. Only left-hander on court today, Aniek. That's a wonderful serve, slid wide round the side of the ball.
Aniek almost took out the poor baseline judge there.
Oh, well, thank you very much from Lucy. She'll take that. And they notch another game on the scoreboard, more importantly, with that one, but still 3 games adrift. Dutch leading in this opening set. 5 games to 2 after 28 minutes of action. Lucy's all smiles. So the moment of truth then, as far as this opening set is concerned. Aniek van Coort, the Dutch left-hander, serving for the opening set. Well, a well-struck return, but just wide of the court. Oh, that is just standout from Jordan.
That was such a tough shot as well, wasn't it? Moving forward. And I mean, that ball was almost bouncing back into the net, wasn't it?
Yeah, very high skill level. Just a little nudge underneath, well lofted, rather like a sand wedge in golf. The bells are back. Well, securing the opening set with a really nice patient point, the Dutch. The top seeds then 6-2 to the good after 33 minutes. And looking rock solid as always, just dropping the 2 games. When they get in this kind of mood, they just look merciless as we take a look at the numbers from set 1.
They just look so steely, don't they? They have that expression in their face. And if you just see the number of points won as well, 11 more points for the Dutch pair. Despite that first serve percentage being a little bit lower than the Brits and not winning as many first serve points won, they've just been so clinical on the break points, haven't they? Created more opportunities. And you just get the sense that every single game that Shuker and Wiley are playing out there, they're working so hard for it. The Dutch pair just have no weaknesses out there, do they?
They're rock solid, aren't they? Absolutely. It's difficult to see an in with anybody, really, because they sit so tall in their chair. They've got long cuts at the ball. They've got a lot of pace and percentage as well. And it really is a very tough physical ask, particularly for Lucy, who's just got to try and, keep the ball going against that oncoming pace, which often is sort of up well over your head height. It's just an incessant barrage, really tough to deal with. But fun to watch nonetheless, and just watching the way that these guys sort of carve out generous angles, high loops. Someone's just nipped off for a toilet break. I think it's Jordan. Yeah. So she's nipped into a day chair and has rolled off. So play will resume when she gets back. Yeah, so we've got the men's doubles to follow this. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid as top seeds, having secured 7 consecutive Grand Slams. They'll be up next. They're on quite a roll themselves. They'll take on Stéphane Houdet of France, who's one of the second-seeded duo. He playing alongside Nicolas Pfeiffer. So both the top 2 seeds in the men's doubles event as well as the women's doubles event then coming through to the final. Everybody looking good in their Tokyo preparations. But I believe the president of the LTA is here today, David Rawlinson. And even a local Labour MP as well, Lillian Greenwood. On a day when spectators haven't been allowed in. So I think he's just the other side, just to the right of our camera right now. David Rawlinson, president of the LTA, talking with Richard Joyner, who's in the referee team. I was going to ask you, Anna, what would be the right tactical ploys to try and get back into this, but I think it's a really difficult question to answer, isn't it? Because, you know, they win so emphatically, the Dutch, don't they? It's just a really tough ask.
Yeah, you think that they've got to try and get Jordan's forehand more into it as well, because she's the one who can dominate using that, but they just haven't quite got it into the match enough. But like you said, there's just not many weaknesses with Dida and Anique. Lucy maybe needs to try and keep adding that variety, use that height as well. And she's got that slice back and she's got great feel around the court. Try and get them moving, open up the court a little bit more, but I'm not too sure what she's going to be able to do.
Yeah, and you sense a lot of traffic going towards Lucy. A few little rain spots landing here, nothing too heavy, and I don't think it's going to interfere with play at all. But of course, on a court like this, an acrylic court, it's the lines that get a little bit slippery. They are glossy, and it can be a little slippery and treacherous. Similar in a chair that it would be for able-bodied players. They don't want to be skidding on lines. But Anique keeping warm, moving her chair. It's all about momentum in the wheelchair game. Fresh lines team to court, even fresh ball kids as well. So fresh eyes, fresh legs. It's all changed. They've had their nice lunch for the day and all ready to make no mistakes. They look very smart in their Uniqlo outfits, I must say. No expense spared, of course. This is the 5th of 6 Super Series events throughout the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour year, all in preparation for the Tokyo Olympics. I saw that, well, you showed me, Anna, didn't you, that Jamie Murray with Neil Skupski, they won their men's doubles earlier today, 13-11 in the 3rd set.
They did. I think they saved a match point as well.
Wow, that was against a South American team, wasn't it, of Zeballos and his partner?
I think Andy Murray and Joe Salisbury also had a pretty impressive victory against the number 2 seeds, Lickers Mahou and Pierre Huguebert.
Yeah, that was a great...
Going strong in the doubles, aren't we?
Yeah, because they're current French Open champions as well, aren't they, Mahou and Herbert?
They are indeed. It was a tricky opening draw, but the British pair just dispatched them with no problem.
Was it quite straightforward, was
6-3, 6-2, I believe.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. And who won the Wimbledon men's doubles this year? I can't recall. I knew Salisbury and Ram were in contention, but...
Mektic and Pavic, first Croatian pair to
Brilliant.
ever win the Wimbledon doubles title.
Brilliant. Well done. Yeah, and they were an unusual combination because Pavic has been winning with his partner prior, and then suddenly he just said, yeah, thanks for coming, I'm going to change and play with my countrymen. And actually they've gone even, you know, from strength to strength with Mektic, so good on them.
I think they've won something ridiculous, like 8 titles this year.
Right,
it's been phenomenal.
He was playing Pavic with Bruno Suarez, wasn't he? And then they changed, so yeah, poor old Bruno. But he's back with Jamie Murray normally in the slams.
I think he's missed out on the Olympics as well. I think he got appendicitis on the plane over, so he had to have his appendix out when he got to Tokyo. Poor guy.
Really?
Yeah, poor guy.
Wow. Because I knew a few of the players, maybe not the tennis players, but a few of the athletes have been going down with COVID, haven't
Yeah,
they?
no.
It's been a difficult time over there, but hopefully they were suggesting on the news that the great feats that we'll be seeing over the weeks ahead will outweigh the COVID shadow. So here we are, Jordan's back. She's into a sports jet, and we're wheeling off for the unfolding of the start of the second set here.
Second set, shooting set. Middle.
Well, you often see that, don't you, when there has been a little bit of a delay or a break, a bathroom break or whatever, that the rhythm changes momentarily and a few unforced errors come to the fore. Immediately, the Dutch looking to take advantage again, 15-40. And in keeping with the overall aggressive theme, these two imposing Netherlands players wheel around with yet another break of the British serve.
Too many unforced errors there, wasn't it, though, from the British pair? They can't afford to give away any cheap points. They've got to make this Dutch pairing work a little bit harder in the rallies.
Well, in the name of trying to open the court even more, Jordan there just clipping the edge of her frame. Really long rally, that one. Terrific to watch. Oh, well done. Well taken. Onto the drop shot really quickly there, Lucy Schucker. Saw it coming, wheeled up quickly and dispatched on the angle. Loads of topspin to get it up and down quickly. Yeah, another buckling strike from the world #1. When she gets forehands in the strike zone like that, she's deadly.
It's a smart place to go as well, through the middle, isn't it? Tough to communicate between who's going to get it. And that just caused Lucy to move a little bit late and out of her reach.
Loud, raucous call from the sideline judge. Nice heavy strike from Jordan Wiley. The favoured forehand wing. She likes to have a pop at that. That one just ripped through the Dutch court.
Maybe just a little bit of a funny bouncer as well. You do wonder if maybe the British pair are going to have to play with a little bit more width. They're playing quite centrally, aren't they, which is playing right into the Dutch pair's hands.
Well, we've been treated to some really engaging rallies now. Everybody's fully warmed up, but it's the Dutch that continue to turn the screw out here. Commendably, the British duo asking far more questions of them now, though. Wow, that didn't miss by much. Now here's one for you, Anna. This is tough now. This is tough.
No.
Women's Tour, able-bodied players. Who would Diede de Groot be?
Have you got someone in mind again?
Yeah, German, standout German player on the women's tour. Slightly older now, made a resurgence at Wimbledon this year. And I'll tell you why I think it's her.
Could you possibly be talking about Angelique Kerber?
Did I narrow it down enough for you?
Could it be the racket? She uses the same racket as her as well.
Does, doesn't she? Yeah, yeah. And the reason why, any idea? It's an unusual one, but it's so prevalent, I think.
An unusual one.
That's outstanding. No, for me, Angie Kerber, when she's on the run, when she was owning the women's tour at world #1 for an eternity and Wimbledon champion 2018, I think it was, when she's on the run, full stretch, her end range control is unbelievable because her wrists are so strong. When you watch Dida play, when the ball goes wide, she just rips at it from really wide positions. She's very strong in the arms. And she can manipulate up and down around the ball very quickly, and it just reminds me of her.
I was going to say, was it the strength that reminded you? Because you can see there with the muscles that she's got, she's just able to rip through the ball. She's such an aggressive athlete. I can see the comparisons, yeah.
The end range is particularly prevalent as well. She can just sort of flick around the sides of the ball like that, really fast. And there, another time as well. That's terrific play again from the Dutch, who are playing even more bossy right now, and there's just nothing to take on the scoreboard at the moment for the Brits. They're trailing a set and 3-love now. It's all Netherlands, but not for lack of trying. It's been much more competitive rallies, longer rallies, asking more questions, but still they have the answers, and they're sitting really rather relaxed right now, these two. Everything going swimmingly for them. Certainly just 3 games or so away from the defense of their title in 2019. Talking about the slice or something there off the backhand wing.
Looking very relaxed, aren't they? A few smiles now. There's some steely expressions in that first set, but maybe just relaxing into it a little bit more. They've got a pretty comfortable lead.
On an uphill struggle for these two now. Is there a little flurry from the Brits? Can they get on the scoreboard second set? Three break-back points here then for Shukra and Wiley. Well, didn't expect that. Just in the nick of time, they're on the scoreboard in set 2 with a wonderful break of serve to love. Jordan and Lucy. That'll encourage them. Got 4 more games than any other team in this championship so far off the top seeds. Terrific serve from Lucy. Really deep in the box, plenty of side spin on it as well, just sped off the court.
Just a couple more errors as well coming off the racket of the Dutch pair.
Big moment this, you sense, at 30 all in this game, with the Dutch having a wheel just sort of fallen off momentarily with the loss of Anique's serve to love. Chance to redeem themselves here. Good proactivity from Lucy Sugar. Just nudging the volley just a shade long. Can't fault them for being proactive though, but it is indeed a break back point here for the Dutch. Well, the Dutch notch another game on the scoreboard and now will be feeling really good. A set and 4-1 they now lead, De Groot and Van Coot. They've got a real stranglehold over this one right now, and a deserved lead. They've been rock solid throughout this championships. Didn't yield a game in their semi-final, and just staying hydrated. It must be a wonderful predicament to be in, Anna, when you're that good in your own sort of sphere, in your own discipline. And they really have been, haven't they? They've just been so good together. They're dear friends. Their communication is great. They're well advised, and there's a lot of depth in Dutch wheelchair tennis right now.
There really is. They're such an impressive pairing to watch. As you said, both individually fantastic players, and then when they get together and form such a formidable team, how do you beat them? That's the question.
Yeah, yeah. It's been much talked about in wheelchair circles for a long time, I'm sure. They lost in Wimbledon at the semi-final stage to Shuka and Monjane, but here they look pretty dictatorial. Set 4-1, the good serving.
Frustrated with that miss, wasn't she? Exactly went for the right shot, but just pulled it wide. That wind just pulling it outside the tram lines.
Well, it's hardest to play when you have a generous lead. Got to keep concentrating, keep swinging aggressively. Still a point for 5-1 here.
Advantage,
3 points in a row for the British duo here. This is encouraging. It's high fives all round. They've sensed a momentary lapse in concentration. The wind has risen a little. It's got a little faster here. Indeed, it occurred struggling with her serve rhythm. Opportunity. Good patience from the Dutch. Good intervention from Lucy Shuka there with a terrific reflexive volley. trying to take advantage of the top seed's lapse in concentration momentarily. Oh, that is superb from Jordan and Lucy. Brilliant play. The way that Jordan here just snuck across, rolled the dice, took a chance, that was sublime.
She didn't move too early, did she? That timing was just perfect.
Another break point. Goes begging.
The frustrating thing when you work so hard to get a break point and then you just miss the next return.
Oh yes, a really perfect height from Aniek. High, loaded with spin, dips down in about a foot from the English baseline and just jumps. So from break points to a game point for Diede de Groot. Yep, powering through the middle of the court. Really positive game in the end from Diede de Groot, and a fist pump from her. But you do sense occasionally there's a vulnerability between the two Dutch.
There is, but then as soon as the British pair just get a chance, they just snuff it out straight away, don't they? That's a sign of a great pairing. Yes. Sensing danger and bringing their A game when they need to.
Yeah, they're so good at slamming the door on any problems. Oh, great improvisation there from Jordan Wiley. That was terrific. She was tucked right up. Found a moment of magic. for Jordan's frustration. There's been a few too many, haven't there? That have been hit really well, but just spilt over the baseline. It's been that kind of day for the British team. And now, after an hour and 10 minutes, De Groot and Van Goed have a match point opportunity, championship point. And not to be denied, Aniek van Goed and Diede de Groot, the top seeds, enjoy a lovely warm embrace. The defending champions retaining their title from 2019. 6-2, 6-1 they come through after an hour and 10 minutes. A really warm-hearted match. Just losing the 3 games to a spirited British effort. Lucy Schucker and Jordan Wiley unable to take the match any deeper, but the top seeds just looking so dominant and dictatorial throughout the tournament. Again, won their semi-final Love and Love, and here just dropping 3 games. They were merciless and pretty focused all the way through.
Yeah, they were. I think you can just see how dominant they were, the amount of breakpoint chances they created, and just look at that difference between how many points they won compared to the British pairing. Almost double the amount of points. Just shows their dominance, and they've got to be really pleased with this match, getting another title under their belt, and they're looking pretty good for Tokyo, aren't they?
They really are, absolutely, and that's so topical in conversation at the moment, isn't it? Looking very, very good. They've won now 15 titles together since they hitched up in 2015. 8 Grand Slams amongst those. And more importantly, defending their British Open title of 2019. So a really good week for the Dutch top seeds out here, as the presentation ceremony is all being put in place again. We'll await that.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, it's time for the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships winners' presentations, and we are delighted to be joined by the LTA President, David Rawlinson, and the MP for Nottingham South, Lillian Greenwood. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, your runners-up in the women's doubles finals, representing Great Britain, Lucy Schucker and Jordan Wiley. the winners of the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in the women's doubles, Dida de Groot and Aniek van Kut of the Netherlands.
Ready to play, ready? That's great, thanks very much. Nothing to the TV yet. Oh, can you go? Thanks very much.
Ladies, congratulations. Defending your title from 2019. Dida, let's start for you. That was magnificent to watch. How was it to play?
It was just as nice to play, I think, as to watch. We really enjoyed ourselves and we played good level, so yeah.
And Aniek, how did you manage with the conditions? Because it's slightly more blustery today. Any trouble with your serve?
No, actually, today that went well. Normally that can be trouble. But no, today worked out well. We had a good plan and yeah, the win, well, it was on both sides, but it worked with us.
You've both played, together for so long now. How well do you know each other's game? Is it literally inside out, telepathic? Tell us your secret.
We're still learning, I think. I think that's the secret, that we're still learning and improving. And sometimes we make mistakes, but we get back up and try to learn from it. So I think that's the best.
And winning this title finally, Tokyo 2020, not too far away now. What message does that send to the rest of the women's doubles teams?
We're ready, I think.
Yes.
No, we're very excited to play in Tokyo in a month. Yeah, it's been a nice few tournaments to prepare and some more preparing at home and then after Tokyo.
Congratulations, ladies. Well
Thank
done.
you.
You are winners of the women's doubles finals here at the Nottingham Open. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Time now for the third final of the day at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. The men's doubles final on centre court between the #1 seeds Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid of Great Britain, facing the French duo Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer, the second seeds. Hewitt and Reid have won 12 doubles titles together and will want to add another British Open title to their collection, while Houdet and Pfeiffer are two-time British Open champions. Expect some high-quality rallies in this match final. Your men's doubles wheelchair finalists, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid representing Great Britain, and Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer for France.
So our players are courtside then. And we're all ready for this third final on finals weekend here from the Nottingham Tennis Centre, the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Champs. Men's doubles up next. Hewitt and Reid against Houdet and Pfeiffer. Should be a really good one, this one. First against second seeds again. And head-to-head so close between both these teams. Houdet and Pfeiffer leading 16-15 overall. And the French team won the British Open title in 2016, and they downed Hewitt and Reid in the final back then, 5 years ago, when Alfie Hewitt was only 18 years of age. 6-2, 6-1 it was back then, with the French coming out victorious and just the loss of 3 games. They also won, the French, in 2017 as well. But just awaiting our players courtside. Tell you a little bit more of Hewitt and Reid returning to the scene of their first major title as a doubles partnership, having won the 2015 British Open, beating Pfeiffer and Michael Jeremias. Okay, so I heard Stéphane Houdet say, "We go there." Fist pumps all round. Is that allowed?
I think so.
Here we go then. Top 2 seeds in the men's doubles just ready to start warming up and get this men's doubles final underway. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Won this title back in 2015. They were runners-up in 2016 to today's opponents. Semi-finalists in 2017 and 18, and then runners-up to Fernandez and Cuneda in 2019 as well. So they have a real rich history here as we take a look at Alfie Hewitt from Cantley in Norfolk, just 23 years of age. And we saw him perform so well yesterday in his singles. He's just been playing some terrific tennis. Beat Gordon Reid in straight sets, but he was sort of just in the zone, hitting the ball really very well. There is his victim of yesterday and his dear friend. They get on so well, these two. Gordon Reid is 6 years older, left-handed, ranked 5 in singles, 2 in doubles. 6 doubles titles together this year. And of course, recently winning the Wimbledon doubles title as well for the 4th time, these two. They've won 12 Grand Slams together and hold the record for most Grand Slam doubles title by an all-British partnership in doing so, beating the Doherty brothers. But they claim their 7th successive Grand Slam doubles title when they won at Wimbledon just a couple of weeks ago. And their opponents then, Stefan Houdet, 50 this year he is, and ranked 6th in singles, 3 in doubles. The right-hander, a man of vast experience who's got a really specialised chair there. It's very, very light, arguably the most expensive chair on tour. Allows him to sort of stand almost quite tall in it. And he, you know, and he's just got that leg down, stabilised in a brace at the bottom there. Just allows him that little bit more leverage and pop off the serve as well. So a very, very long-standing, outspoken man in the wheelchair tennis community, and a real advocate for wheelchair tennis and promoting the game avidly as well. The man beside him, 20 years younger, from Nicholas Pfeiffer, ranked 7 in singles, 4th in doubles. And Anna, you can tell us where he's from. Sarreguemines.
I was hoping you'd rather do that than me. My French spelling and pronunciation is not the best.
So he's won 2 titles this year, as Nicholas. And he won the Wimbledon men's doubles title with Gustavo Fernandez in 2015. And he's basically won the whole career Grand Slam in doubles as well, having won all Slam titles, as has Houdet. But Houdet and Pfeiffer, well, they're 2-time British Open champions. We mentioned that, having beaten their opponents today in the 2016 final and also the 2017 final against Fernandez and Scheffers. 5 times Grand Slam doubles champions together.
British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. As we get to the left of the chair, both from France, Stefan Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer. And to the right of the chair, both from Great Britain, Alfred Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Hewitt won the toss, he chose to serve.
So Stefan Houdet, the most experienced man on court at 50 years of age, and he has won 19 Grand Slam doubles titles since 2007, the year in which wheelchair tennis became a part of all 4 Grand Slams. Pfeiffer has won 7 Grand Slam titles to date. So they are vastly experienced, and the top 2 teams in men's doubles in the world we're going to be treated to, going toe-to-toe here. Houdet and Pfeiffer are the reigning Paralympic champions, having beaten their opponents today in that Rio final in 2016. Will that all change in Tokyo in a month's time, when they'll be heading out to the Japanese capital?
30 seconds.
Anna, you know Houdet pretty well.
I do indeed. A few years ago, I actually played a tie-break against him at a WTA event I played in Strasbourg. I do believe I've got a 1-0 victory against him, so 100% record.
Well done. He's been around for an eternity, hasn't he? He's a wheelchair dinosaur, a salty old sea dog, isn't he, Houdet? You know, so experienced and a really tough opponent. These two will have to be at the top of the game. There's no doubting that against the Frenchman. So confirmation of this one, the men's doubles British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships final. Hewitt and Reid as the top seeds in this event from Great Britain take on the Frenchmen, the second seeds, Houdet and Pfeiffer. So just a lull before the storm of energy that will take to the court. These two who have just been in a frenzy of winning activity of late with 7 consecutive Grand Slam wins. It's quite remarkable, their form coming into this. Here we go then, men's doubles final. Alfie Hewitt to get us underway.
Ready? Play.
Confident start from Hewitt, taking that ball on nice and early at its apex, hitting through it with venom. A very solid hold then for the British 2 top seeds. Emphatic game to love on this blustery Saturday lunchtime. Sun's come out again. Former singles world #1, Houdet, the 50-year-old. Former doubles #1 in 2009. In 2014, he became the first man in history to complete the calendar year Grand Slam in men's wheelchair doubles after the Australian Open 2010 when he won with Cuneda. So he is vastly experienced. Oh yes, what a response from Alfie Hewitt there. Houdet didn't quite manage to get enough purchase on the round arm smash.
I love the communication as well between this pair. They know exactly where the other's going. They've played together so many times.
Houdet just seeking confirmation from the chair umpire. That's a keen serve, break point down. So, having dealt with a 15-40 situation, here he is with game point, Stefan Houdet. Well, there's nothing more engaging in wheelchair tennis than a good men's doubles, isn't there? Or any doubles where you get that sort of like the angles and the intensity. You can hear the chairs rattling around. It's just so intense and so compelling to watch. A little bit of adjustment made there by Stefan Houdet to his chair. Just looks fast, that chair, doesn't it? Aerodynamic in every way. Yeah, properly pimped. Another game point for Houdet. Ball toss being tugged around by the strong breeze. Houdet's vying for his 8th British Open title. Oh, that serve just missed. That's terrific length from Alfie Hewitt, and they know, the Brits, don't they, the top seeds, that if they can break Houdet early, that really does set precedent for the momentum here, because he's very much the team captain at 50 years of age.
It's amazing how much lean Houdet gets on that serve as well. Really leans back to get that kick serve.
when you look at his chair, it's laid up that he's got his good leg sort of hinged on the floor, so he can get a lot more leverage off of that. God, what a telling return from the vicious forehand of Alfie Hewitt, who yesterday we were comparing it to the Andrei Rublev forehand, and he said he shared a glass of champagne with Rublev after his Rotterdam win, did Alfie, and enjoyed the comparison. But it is fast and furious and as effective in their relative games. Oh, what a mesmerizing finish to the second game of this opening set. Gordon Reid with just delightful touch around the net. That was really hard earned, the first break of serve in this men's doubles final.
That's why they combine so well, isn't it? Alfie has that power, and then Gordon Reid just has that finesse around the net and is able to use that drop shot so nicely. They complement each other so well, don't they?
Brilliant. Stunning from Reid again. Just so inventive and creative. I do love it when he plays like this.
He just holds that forehand so well, doesn't he, as well? He can just go either way, this time choosing to go inside out.
Hewitt like a caged tiger behind, just stalking his prey, rolling forwards. There's never a dull moment on court when he's involved, using all of his superb physicality to boss the point. Well, the scoreboard cushion has allowed them to reach more expansive parts of their game, these two. The top seeds now really flourishing here. It's been a great watch, though the match is young and the sun is out. Doesn't get better than this, does it, on a Saturday afternoon? Well taken. put a lid on this very bossy game off the Gordon Reid serve. Their confidence is kind of tangible right now. Wow, what a way to seal it. A 3-love lead for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. What a start for the top seeds.
They just look like they're playing such instinctive tennis, don't they? They've just played together so much and they're so confident. They don't really have to think about it. It's just flowing and it's so nice to watch.
Well, we had a real treat, didn't we, in the men's singles yesterday? You know, with Alfie, the Gordon, the sort of domestic dust-up that they had, and we spoke at length about it. It was a really good match, and you know, both hitting the ball very, very well, but obviously just one of them able to find a way through. That was Alfie Hewitt on the day. But here so far in doubles, they've had a win over a Spanish pairing in their quarterfinals, 6-2, 7-5 for Reid and Hewitt, and then Egbrink and Sheffers as well, where they were 1-3 down overnight and a little rain fell a couple of nights ago, and then they came back to the court yesterday, finished them off 6-4, 7-5, broke serve 8 times and just yielded once themselves. For these two, Olsen and Cataneo, Swedish-French combo, 6-2, 6-1, 7-5, and then Cuneda and Sanada, the all Japanese combo. That was 3 and 2. But for Gordon and Alfie, of course, because of that rain delay on when they started their doubles a couple of days ago, they had to come back, and it was a match to be finished yesterday. They did finish at 6:35 p.m. So they've had, you know, a few later nights. Well, Nicholas Payfer, the server, has won the career Grand Slam in men's doubles himself. He's won 3 slams with Houdet, but not Wimbledon together. That he won with Fernandez in 2015, the server, the Frenchman, Payfer. But he's the last in this serving rotation and will be keen to secure this one. Two more break points for the top seeds here. Simply stunning tennis from Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, twinning so effectively, so efficiently. They've just been a blur of energy and positivity, and they look stone-faced in focus and determination, frankly.
They've just come out all guns blazing, haven't they? They're so focused, they know exactly what they want to do, and just being so aggressive. It's just relentless hitting, isn't it?
Love 50.
Unable to gain any traction so far in this one, the French. And it's a horrible place to be, isn't it, when you're not on the scoreboard and your opponents are 4-love up. You know, you're just sort of being strangled by it. It'll be weighing heavy, particularly on his shoulders, as well as the team leader of the French combo. Just rushed into error there was Gordon Reid.
You often see it though, don't you, when a team has got such a big advantage and all of a sudden the other team can just get that first game on the board, the momentum does completely shift. Can Houdet and Pfeiffer just get their noses in front in this game?
Oh, brilliant back behind from Gordon Reid. They're almost playing as one, aren't they? They just know intuitively where each other are at all times. Look at that. That's a great example of it. Gordon says you, and Alfie scurries back to sort of protect him should he need to. That's another lovely serve, just carving round the side of it. And of course, Gordon will do the equivalent from the other side with his left hand. So it's tough to get rhythm against a good lefty-righty team like these two. Good play by the French. When you watch Alfie Hewitt serve, he's got his index finger quite high up the grip to add that little bit of more spin onto the serves. So well done. Just when you thought he was going to let it go, but that was a real mark of confidence there by Alfie Hewitt. I thought this was Gordon's all the way, but look at this for confident back wheeling.
Control as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to cut outside the outside of the ball and land it so sure.
Point for 5-love. Super response from Stefan Houdet there. Great, timely topspin lob.
That's how good it has to be though, isn't it, to win points against this pair.
And suddenly, a break-back opportunity for Nicolas Pfeiffer.
That's really the first cheap point we've seen from the all-British pairing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There haven't been many unforced errors at all.
That's a terrific game from the French, really well played, because through the early passage of that game, they were really under threat. And they'll feel much better about themselves now they've got a game on the scoreboard in this men's doubles final. Still a lot of work to do. Top seeds still ahead, 4-1. 25 minutes have unfolded. And the wind seems to have picked up. You might be able to hear it on our on-court effects mic, and that might have a determining factor in the outcome of this opening set. It's quite tricky when you're trying to toss the ball and the wind's blowing hard. I'm wondering whether these two can build from getting on the board. Maybe dates there that Huday's eating. That seems the choice snack for players these days. Well, Gordon Reid, having been edged out of the singles yesterday to his partner, will be wanting to get some sort of silverware. Oh, well done. So quickly up to that, Stefan Houdet. Suddenly, they're on quite a roll, the French. This is a really determined start to what might be quite a generous turnaround.
That's what we said though, wasn't it? As soon as they just get that first game on the board, things can switch around pretty quickly.
Well done. They're really starting to take root now, this French team. There's confident high fives going on. There's a bit of a swagger about Houdet in his chair right now. Smiling, having fun. Oh, well, worth wheeling all that way from Alfie Hewitt's perspective.
There's that athleticism we saw yesterday, wasn't it? You really didn't think he was going to get his racket on it, but he did, and forced the error from Houdet.
Yeah, he looked like he was nowhere near, and then there's a sudden surge, wasn't there? He stuck his racket out at full length, did really well. Well, from 40 love, denied the game, hauled back to deuce by the Brits. Now he might be doubting himself a little more. I'll tell you what, there's no hanging around between points. These four just rocking on with this men's doubles final. Oh, a handful of consecutive points, and Reed and Hewitt are at it again. Just when you thought the French had a real decent toehold in the set, been denied again. It's been an incredibly dictatorial performance from these two. They're pleased with that. So twice breaking the serve of the Frenchman. Nice serve and sting from the top draw from Gordon Reed.
The amount of pace he's able to generate on that forehand is something else, isn't it? He really lets rip and just leans into it.
Houdet understandably over-pressing with the forehand. Always likes to play with his collar up, Nicholas Pfeiffer. It's always been the same. It's just the way he rolls. Stylish kind of guy, like you, Anna.
I wish. Don't think I could pull that off.
It's funny, isn't it? Some players play with a top butt done up. Alfie. Wow. Terrific. Could do no wrong. Again, surging ahead with great impact and effect. Look at this, finding the hole on the court with authority. bottom edge went scooting off there from Gordon. Fine line, isn't it? Tempered aggression, so easy to sort of want to finish in a flurry, and suddenly it all goes out the window. So locked in at deuce. French had a couple of opportunities to really get stuck in here. Now they've another. Eventually they break. It's been a long time coming, but Houdet and Pfeiffer put another game on their scoreboard, but still have a lot of work to do in this first set. Trailing 2-5 the French right now. So there you see Houdet with his leg out of his chair, and then when he wants to play, he sort of secures it in a sort of braced position to elevate himself and really push up to play from a higher contact point. And it seems to really work very, very well from him. He's got a really quirky, unique layup to that chair. I think it really gets him to sort of sit very tall in his bucket seat when he serves to add advantage and leverage.
It's interesting the way different players have their chair set up differently, obviously depending on their disability as well, but like you said, you don't see many players like that. He's really got that leverage, whether it be on the serve or to be able to generate off the ground strokes as well. Such an advantage.
Yeah, these two with the sort of classical layup, as has Pfeiffer as well. I wonder whether he gets uncomfortable like that. Maybe he does have to stretch his leg out after a while, as we saw there at the sit-down. So the French then, they've got a toe hold in this one. Can they build? Trailing 2-5 with the Nicolas Pfeiffer serve to come, armed with new balls. Good heavy strike from Nicolas Pfeiffer there, cross court.
The French pair are just starting to dictate a few more of these rallies, aren't they? Getting the first strike in, being the boss out there.
stunning again from Gordon Reid. When he's on this kind of form, it's a treat.
There it is again, isn't it? Those half volleys. We saw it a few times in the singles yesterday, but he just lets the ball bounce off the racket, and he's just got such good skill to be able to guide it and land it so short.
Too good. Wonderful placement from the burly Pfeiffer.
Smart, wasn't it? He saw Gordon was looking to come forward, then moved back. Didn't stand a chance.
Well, they had an opportunity to put the set on the Gordon Reid serve at 5-1, denied by the Frenchman, but now they've got a set point on the Pfeiffer serve. Well, the generous applause tells you that the top seeds, the British duo, have taken the opening set 6-2, just inside 3/4 of an hour out here on centre. And that was quite something. Dictatorial throughout, they're pleased with themselves there. Just discussing how well they did. I think we need a bathroom break. Yeah, just getting instruction, Gordon Reid. Where's the nearest toilet, please? So he takes lead of the court as we take a look at the numbers.
Pretty dominant first set, wasn't it, there from the British pair, Hewitt and Reid. So clinical on the return game, so many chances created again. Those 8 break points, just the 2 from Houdet and Pfeiffer, and you just got the sense that Hewitt and Reid were the ones who were really able to dictate the rallies. As soon as they got that first strike in, they were the ones dominating, weren't they? And they just came out all guns blazing. They just really didn't let up throughout that first set.
Yeah, I think you're right, Anna. I think it's their intensity is just unmatched all tournament, hasn't it? You know, when you've seen them coming on court as singles players. I was sharing thoughts with Marshall Thomas at breakfast this morning, and yourself as well. And just sort of throwing around the idea to Marshall that, you know, Alfie in particular just looks like a physical beast on the court yesterday against Gordon. And, you know, if he's taking on Cunheda tomorrow in singles, I said, you know, God help Cunheda, because it's, yes, and he said, well, you know, Shingo is a very good player, world #1, of course, and he's won this title 7 times in singles. But, you know, right now, the preparation that the Brits have done is they look really very good in this tournament, all of them, and it's just great to watch. And we always feel quite privileged, you know, prior to the Olympics, to catch this kind of glimpse in their, you know, the periodization, the way that they build up in their programs to this kind of form. It's been quite something. In a way, I feel quite sad for them that they can't share that with the British public, the spectators, which aren't allowed in, of course, but, you know, next year.
It is a shame, because they'll be loving watching what they're seeing from this British pair here. Like you said, they're just so athletic. We're lucky enough to be sat courtside, and just to see and hear the wheels going, the aggression, yeah, it's just a privilege to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was really interesting you sharing that story with us yesterday when you said you'd seen Alfie doing his court sprints in his chair, and he was just rocket-like, right?
He was. It was so impressive. I tried to join in one time, not with Alfie, with another one of the wheelchair players, Lauren Jones, and I was pretty slow in comparison, I have to say. It really makes you appreciate just how athletic, how speedy and strong they really are.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you know, when we as able-bodied players, the strapline from the LTA years ago, we've mentioned it before, 10,000 hours or 10 years to become a sort of, you know, good seasoned hitter of the tennis ball. But whether, you know, with so much more to juggle, being in a chair, whether you can almost double that because of having to push and decelerate at the same, you know, throughout, it must be really, really difficult to sort of multitask, if you like, because that's what these guys are doing at all times, aren't they? And their decision making is similar yet quite different to able-bodied players on a court at any one time. It's quite something. Like Judy Murray always says, I'll never forget, it's like playing chess whilst riding a bike. It made me laugh seeing a picture of that in your mind's eye, but it's kind of makes sense.
It is true. There's just so many different things to think about, and especially watching the doubles, you just see when they're moving, they've just always got an eye out in their peripheral vision about where the opponent is, what space on the court as well, and then they have to try and focus on hitting the ball. It's not just one thing. They've got to be so good at a variety of different things.
Yeah, the skill level, otherworldly from these exceptional athletes. And of course, you know, if you have been inspired by this, do go along to our LTA.org.uk website and just get engaged with one of the several days that are up for grabs, where they've got open days, there's professional coaches to hand, and chairs, sports chairs to jump into, various rackets to have a go with. They'll advise you. You can take the game further, whether that be for sort of visually impaired, whatever. Give it a whirl. So Gordon's back. The sun's been out for quite a while out here on centre. Glorious Saturday here. Will they be as dominant as they were in that opening set? Start of set number 2. A searing ace from Alfie Hewitt, who will contest the singles final tomorrow against Cunheda. Another bossy game from Alfie Hewitt, 23-year-old from Norwich. Just really enjoying himself out here on this sun-kissed scene of centre court in the Nottingham Tennis Centre. Uday just uttered something to him and he just smiled back. Wonder whether that was a bit of a gamesmanship kind of comment. I don't know, but they certainly have got the measure of this men's doubles. They're halfway home, these two. And it all bodes well for the Paralympics, about a month away right now for them. Well, one of the longest rallies of the match, that one.
Interesting to see that Uday looks like he plays with golf gloves as well. Haven't really seen that from anyone else.
Yeah, he's always played in a glove. I'm wondering whether we need to up our accessories game, Anna, and commentate with gloves on. If it gets any colder, we will. I love that little moment where Alfie just sort of jumped under the ball there and Gordon played it.
But again, they're just so in sync, aren't they? They just know exactly who's going to hit the ball, where to move. They're almost like they're one, aren't they?
Yeah, and if one of them's off the court wide and exposed, the other will then recover the court and try and sort of, plug the hole. It's just great to watch. So, Compliments to the French then, held on well in that opening service game, something they were unable to do at the top of the opening set. Bossed away with authority from Houdet, got up there so quickly.
They're just starting to build a little bit of momentum, aren't they, this French pair here? Just a sniff at love 30. The British pair have got to be careful.
What a dig from Alfie Hewitt there, so quickly up to that. Knifed through the backhand when he got there as well. High skill level. Great push.
Again, just another example of that athleticism from all four players. They just cover every inch of the court.
Should have played it. Maybe he couldn't.
Just dipped in, didn't it? All that spin. That's why you have that racket head speed, just to get it inside the baseline. But you're right, I think Houdet might have had a play on it.
Well, he's addressed the serve really wide, as Gordon Reid, indicative of the fact that he's going to carve around the side of it, go for a generous wide angle, trying to draw Pfeiffer into the... brilliant from Houdet. So quick to capitalise there. Gordon went with the drive backhand volley, and of course it just left Alfie a little bit exposed, unable to recover the court. But the French very alert to any opportunity there. Great concentration all round. Another break point on the Reed serve. If he's to find that wide serve, he knows he wants to toss sort of to his left, our right on the screen as we see it. And of course the wind's blowing across the court, hence having to save a couple of those ball tosses. He wants to carve around the side of it. That's a late call. There was no call from the lines judge. Knew as soon as he hit it, did Houdet, that he'd got that one wrong. Good play, good proactive play from Alfie Hewitt at the net there with the volley off the backhand.
That was their chance though, wasn't it? They
Yeah.
got the short ball they were after. 9 times out of 10 he would make that, but just coughed up the error.
That's emphatically dispatched. That was a really good game. They were under siege throughout there. Found a way through. Very characterful from the top seeds. They hold on to their lead in a very momentous part of the set where you felt the French had a good look there at getting, you know, a lot more of a grip of things, but denied again. Terrific concentration from these two, who I'm told by Marshall can win 34 of their last 35 matches should they win here. That's quite something, isn't it? I mean, that really is unbelievable. What a streak of match wins that would be. You know, often you talk in able-bodied of sort of 12, 13, but 34, wow.
That is crazy, isn't it? Such an imposing number, and you just think when you're going up against them, you feel like you've got to just play even better than you normally would, and that's really hard to do. You feel under so much pressure before a ball's even been hit.
Yeah, and of course, I guess that's notching up so many Grand Slam wins, isn't it? With 7 consecutive titles, that's what it brings. Communication's great, nice sense of calm, good understanding between each other, great decision making as a team, putting the ball into the most awkward parts of the court that they can. And it's just been glorious watching their journey, hasn't it, over the years, of the way that they've evolved, particularly Alfie as a young charge under the wing of Gordon.
15.
They're sensing an opportunity here, aren't they? It's 15:30. Can they get that break? Or really just to keep that foot on the accelerator?
They break serve again. This time, Hafer concedes. So now it'll be Alfie to serve with a set 3-1 lead here. 2015 champions looking good for a second British Open title.
Will the French pair start to do anything differently, you wonder? They're maybe going to have to find a way, because just in the baseline exchanges, Hewitt and Reed do have the upper hand, don't they?
It's just standout, isn't it, when he does stuff like that? The magical wand of Gordon Reed with that left hand coming to the fore just in the nick of time, because you sense there they were under a little bit of pressure. But it's difficult, isn't it, because as non-able-bodied players, these guys, it's tougher to win cheap points. So really concentration and the mental faculties really have to be right on the money, and they have been throughout. But any sort of slips in wheelchair tennis and the opposing team or player is back in a flash, seemingly. Seen a lot of momentum swings in matches over the course of these 4 days. Take nothing for granted.
The way they have to construct their points as well is slightly different, isn't it? They've got to try and find a way to open up the court. They can't necessarily hit through the court as much, can they? So can they find the angles, use that touch a little bit more?
Another brilliant point from both teams, both really grappling with each other just to find a way through. Houdet very gallant to take it on, but in the end didn't make the forehand. And that's what they're good at. That's what they've been doing. That's why they're on this winning streak, because they're playing the big points so well here. And today's been a real indication of just that. So wheeling round the chair with a set 4-1 lead now, 2 games away from another title.
You look at the score as well, don't you? And you think, it looks like it's pretty comfortable, but it's been a lot of juice games, a lot of chances for the French pair that they just haven't been able to convert. And like you said, the British pair just seem to have been able to play the big points much better. They're being brave, they're being aggressive, and that's paid off.
David Rawlinson, the president of the LTA, with his tie on the far right in the picture. And Lillian Greenwood, local Labour MP as well, beside him, with their masks on, enjoying this high-level wheelchair event. These two have done very, very well to keep the French at bay, frankly. Like you say, Lucy, it's easier said than done, isn't it? I mean, they've still only conceded 3 games in this match, but you know, it has been a lot closer. There's been a lot of juice points, but they've mastered the biggest of moments and rendered Houdet, a man of vast experience, a little bit ineffective. Well, I don't know whether there would have been any reaching that, but the wind blew it back anyway, seemingly.
You saw with the second serve as well, the ball was so far behind his head, he did well just to even get a racket on it.
High quality return of serve from the ever-moving Alfie Hewitt.
Just the momentum that he creates as well, isn't it? You just see that just aggressive intent, just that push forward as well.
something very special there from Nicholas Pfeiffer. That was terrific. Look at this, almost like a squash shot off the forehand.
How nonchalant was it?
Yeah.
Just casually changed into that slice grip and cut around the side of the ball.
Yeah, he almost cut that one in half, didn't he? Well, always very difficult. Once you've turned your back on proceedings, which these guys have to retreat, it's a difficult turnaround to make for Pfeiffer there. So another break point against Stefan Houdet, who's trying to muscle his way through, but really struggling. Oh, and on cue, how about that? A wonderful ace to rescue the game and the match, frankly.
And on to you.
What a beautiful game from the French. Having been break point down, they played 3 stunning points to secure the game and nibble away at the scoreboard arrears. And Houdet, again, making a minor adjustment. Looks like he's just tightening his wheel. And that was a terrific hold. And a must-win game for the French at that stage. So close, these two, to a set 5-1. Denied. It's still the cushion of 2 games, and of course this is where it's where we take a look at their mental skills, at how good they are at front running in this kind of situation. Can they close this out?
They definitely can if that first point is anything to go by, isn't it?
Andrei Rublev at his best in a chair right there. We made that comparison yesterday. He enjoyed it when Anne-Marie shared that comparison with him in post-match interview. For Hewitt does play like him.
Do we have anything for Gordon Reid? Anyone spring to mind?
Really, McEnroe sprung to mind, didn't it, with the half-volley pickups that he made at one stage. But just trying to think, does anybody come to your mind in that regard? Just trying to think, left-hander. Need a little bit of time with that one. As talented in other ways. Manarino.
What about Hugo Humbert, the French guy, the lefty?
Yes.
The
yes,
new kid on the block as well.
Anne-Marie's passed me one from the back of the bus here in our little red tent. Dominic Thiem with the one-handed backhand.
Interesting.
You need to tell him that afterwards, because he'll be kissing you after that comparison, because Thiem's backhand is just gets the tennis world purring. Really good serving, and this is the way, isn't it, to restamp your authority on the match in this situation. You know, with Houdet feeling good about the French campaign with their recent charge, Gordon Reid just about to snuff it out. Dampening down the French fire right now, if he can hold serve to love.
Gordon almost took his head off.
Yeah. Well, the French reigniting again, rebuilding in their quest to stay afloat here. 2 back-to-back French points in this return game. Alfie hoping his friend can land a big serve right now, watching on keenly, poised to pick up the fruit of it. Very wide address on this one, going for the wide serve, or will he spike it down the tee? Great return from Nicholas Pfeiffer. That one stayed really low. Is there a little twist in the tail of this match now? The French looking keen, having fun. Can they rouse a charge here?
Looks like they tried to switch up the formation a little bit as well, didn't it? Alfie going straight towards the net, trying to create that pressure, just missing that first serve wide. Well, they know they got away with murder there, both of them sharing a moment. This is a mad tactic. Alfie for the first time in front of Gordon. What are they going to do here? Is he just going to accelerate towards the net? I'm keen to see how this one unfolds. Yeah, I think he's going to look to ambush the net.
Flamboyance at its best. Let's have a look. I doubt they'll do the same off second serve. No. Just causing a little doubt in the minds of the French. That's what that previous tactic was all about. A bit like I formation in tennis. You know, which way is the net player going to pounce, left or right? Alfie would have taken the same role there, you said. Oh, that's stunning. Now that was how to close out a game. They've had several ways to pick a lock, these two, but that was stunning. Taking his time throughout that game. It felt a little over-deliberate at times, but hey, who cares? You know, they've got the game in the bag, and the top seeds are marching onwards here. A game away from the title, 6-2, 5-2. as we approach an hour and a half on the match clock. They've played some brilliant tennis, and they've enjoyed themselves, more importantly. They're all smiles out there at the moment, really having fun. And Houdet and Pfeiffer, well, they've been denied any ins. Most of the big points have gone the way of the two British top seeds. And that seems to have been, you know, the way it's been for the last couple of years or so. They've just been owning the wheelchair doubles tour. So can Nicholas Pfeiffer here hold on to his serve and at least ask the serve it out question?
They want to get this over and done with now, don't they? They don't even want to have to serve it out. I'm really going to try and create more pressure on the Pfeiffer serve.
Oh, nicely dispatched from Stefan Houdet. Another long rally, this time going the way of the French. That was just a high punt into the air from Gordon Reid.
Bit of a hit and hope, wasn't it?
Yeah, mark of their confidence, I think. Nonchalantly taken. French really liberated by the scoreline right now. I think they consider this kind of almost an irretrievable situation. So they've kind of sensed the shower is running and just freed off and having a real swing. Well, compliments to the French. That was a really rock-solid service hold from Pfeiffer. So they have indeed asked the serve-it-out question. And they'll need to really put all of their energies into the first couple of points of this return game if they're serious about making a comeback here.
Can't give away any cheap points, can they? Got to make sure they're solid on these first returns. Get themselves into the rally. And they're going to have to be brave, take a few chances.
9:50.
Yeah, perfectly weighted from Gordon Reid. Got it to dip down just in front of the wheel of Pfeiffer. Never easy. Clever shot from the British number 2 there. Oh, how well taken was that? How much ground did he cover before he hit it?
He did that yesterday a couple of times, didn't you? You really thought he was going to hit a backhand and that he wouldn't have enough time to get a forehand, but those aggressive pushes and really gets around it so well. And then clinical finishing with that forehand.
2 points away from the title now, Hewitt and Reid. So after an hour and 34 minutes then, championship point for Hewitt and Reid. Oh, how about that to secure victory? Well, that is something very, very special for these dear friends. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the 2015 champions here, win themselves a second British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships together in doubles. 6-2, 6-3 coming through after an hour and 35 minutes on the match clock. And, well, totally manhandling and diffusing the French game. They'll be delighted with that. And of course, you know, more poignantly, that's 34 of the last 35 matches that they've won as we take a look at the numbers, Anna.
It does. They're just sending out message after message, aren't they? Can anyone beat them leading into Tokyo? I'm not sure if they can on that performance. They're just so impressive, especially if you just look at those second serve stats. 17 points won compared to the 6. They're just so dominant off that first and the second serve. What do you do against them?
Yeah, they only conceded twice their own serves, broke 5 times the French. And I mean, who don't pay for the world's second best team? So that's a really big result. To trounce them 2 and 3 is really going so hats off. And as you said so eloquently, you know, their opportunity in Tokyo now is looking really, really good if they can reproduce that form. And that's a big if, because, you know, different country, different situation, the pressure of the Olympics where they all want to do so well, the Paralympic team. But let's wish them well in their campaign. That was a fine dictatorial showing, and they should be really proud. And more importantly as well, they kept on pushing. You know, it's so easy, isn't it, to sort of lapse a little at some stage, but they just kept the pressure on beautifully. No doubt keen to hear what they say in post-match interview, but we're awaiting the presentation ceremony next. The numbers look good, 70 points to 52. Terrific tennis. A lovely finale to what's been a terrific tournament. And we'll be doing it all again tomorrow with the wheelchair singles finals that'll get underway at 10 o'clock local time here in the UK. So if you are around, do try and join myself, Paul Hand.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone, it's time for the men's doubles winners presentation at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham. Please give a warm welcome to David Rawlinson, who is the president of the LTA, who will present the trophies. Your men's doubles runners-up. Please give a big hand to Stefan Uday and Nicolas Pfeiffer. The British Open Men's Doubles Wheelchair Tennis Champions of 2021. Give a massive round of applause to Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
Thanks very much.
Be gentle with it, gents. Be gentle with it. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Alfie Gordon, huge congratulations on winning your title here at the British Open. What does it mean to you to win it for a second time? Let's start with you, Gordon.
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, it's our home Super Series.
first time we've won it together since 2015. So yeah, I was a bit younger then, and Alfie was really young. So it's good to come back and get this title, our last tournament before heading off to Tokyo for the Paralympics. So obviously good for the confidence to keep building towards that, and yeah, it's one that we're going to really enjoy.
Absolutely. Same for you as well, Alfie. Let's get your thoughts. What does it mean to you to win the title again?
Yeah, I guess similar to what Gio said. I think a lot of the mindset and tactics this week have all been looking ahead to what is the Paralympics just around the corner. So I think for us as a team to have played a couple of really good pairs this week, and all of them being together at the Paralympics, it's a good test to see where we're at, and we've obviously had a great year, and to continue that success into this week. Something that I know we're really kind of thriving on when it comes to Tokyo.
Speaking of tactics, actually, let's stick with that point. How important, Alfie, was it to keep an eye on the French duo's court position in the game? Because they were moving from side to side quite a lot.
Yeah, I think we just we focus on what we do as a pair, and our movement is really what drives us on the court. And today it's difficult with a little bit of wind, which we haven't had to deal with much this week. So gave us new challenges, and today I think we really dealt with that really well, and played our games, executed the plan perfectly, and the scoreline suggests that.
Gordon, yesterday when I spoke to Alfie post-match, we were talking about how his forehand was very reminiscent of Andrei Rublev. We've been talking about backhands in commentary, and I suggested your backhand reminds me of Dominic Thiem's backhand. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Yeah, that's a compliment. That's a big compliment for Dom, no, not for me.
He's been watching you, clearly.
Nah, I mean, reverse backhand, I don't think there's many players on their feet that hit that, but a good shout out to Steve Welsh and Michael Jeremiah. They're the two guys that I used to watch here when I was a little kid that used to hit the backhand. That's where I learned it from, so I think I'll compare myself to them.
Fair enough. Final question for both of you. You mentioned about Tokyo 2020. Do you start thinking about that now, or put it to the back of your mind? Gordon.
No, I think it's difficult not to think about it when the Olympics has started now, and you know, the opening ceremony is there, and some of the tennis guys had some good results overnight, the last couple of nights. So yeah, I think we're, you know, now this event's finished. Obviously, Alfie's still got the singles final tomorrow, but as soon as we're done with that, we've got 3 weeks to prepare here, and then a couple of weeks over there to prepare. So yeah, all eyes on that, and we're looking forward to getting out there.
Same for you as well, Alfie, you agree?
Yeah.
Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, your champions in the men's doubles finals, Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt.
Viewers, do join us tomorrow, 10 o'clock local time, for the wheelchair tennis singles events. And we've got it all to unfold. So thanks for your company today, and we'll await to have you watching tomorrow at the same time, 10 o'clock in the morning. Bye for now.